morning, everybody.
Yeah. No doubt. Yep. So I guess we got the marathon going on, no doubt.
Yeah.
And some driver put out an alert that the Petro pumps are real slow. If anybody's thinking about stopping there to fill up on diesel.
Never know, that slow pump might have saved his life.
Roger that. It's like some people were about to get on an airplane, it blows up in the sky because they had a flat tire. They got delayed, they didn't quite make their flight, which saved their life.
Yeah, I think I've seen that movie.
Roger that. I may re-watch that one about Sully. Since then, others have actually landed in the Hudson, but it's probably happened even before that, you know, when small planes possibly had some kind of issue or whatever.
Yep.
But I've been across that GW bridge years ago. I remember going across it and turn and look down the river. And of course, I could see the twin, you know, trade centers up there and everything. Or World Trade Centers, yeah. I guess everybody remembers that somebody else tried to blow the World Trade Centers up earlier. They didn't quite get the job done, but they did quite a bit of damage to the parking garage underground.
Yeah.
We had to read up on that. We set that up. The government did. They gave the guys the bombs, the van, everything.
Roger.
It's public information, by the way.
And then I know Rattlesnake's all up to speed on it. I guess others on the channel heard about the assassination attempt yesterday.
Did you see the video on that?
What about the video?
Yeah, on that shooting, Trump.
Well, I saw some video of the guy who, you know, ran past that one checkpoint, and I think they said he fired at the Secret Service, and the guy had a vest on. It didn't really hurt him, and they returned fire. I guess they missed him, but I saw a picture of him. It looked like they had him naked down on the ground, but anyway, they got him.
Watch the video closer when you see it. When the Secret Service went in front of Trump and pulled everybody away from that table and took him out of there, they forgot one of them. And the guy sitting there with this expression on his face like, well, what the hell about me? He's the only one left at the table.
I guess I didn't notice that. I'll re-watch it.
Yeah, look at the expression on his face.
Roger, I'll do that. It's got to be worth some money right there. I hope he got himself cleaned up good later.
That was messed up. They take everybody away from the table except one person. I think it might be time for him to find another job, I think.
Roger that, yeah. Maybe they were ready for him to resign or something, trying to accelerate the process.
They probably ain't in the deal they're supposed to protect.
And a lot of people there, of course, had already been in that kind of situation. They were having that post-traumatic stress syndrome.
I've been seeing videos of them them, all their motherfuckers in there doing selfies and all kinds of bullshit, praising the shooter and all this crap.
Roger, well, there's some crazy lunatics in the world, no doubt. I mean, a lot of them just don't understand it. You know, America is, relatively speaking, it's like a little bubble of security, and when everywhere else it's not quite as safe. But I know over here it's not completely safe, but it's anyway better.
That's right, what he said.
I have not ever seen a shooting. One time I happened onto a traffic stop where they had somebody spread out on the ground, and law enforcement had several rifles pointed at them. So I decided not to get on that entrance ramp for that reason. I just kind of pulled over and stayed out of the way. I don't know if you remember, but years ago there was this guy around the city who had this shotgun. I think he had put inside his car door. They had it rigged so that he could, when he opened his car door, that the shotgun would go off and shoot somebody like, you know, a trooper. Anyway, they arrested him. He may even now still be behind bars over that. I happened onto the traffic stop out there one time, but here on the Wall Road and I-40. Another day, another dice roll.
You ever watch that documentary yet?
I was about to watch it last night, and doggone it, I dropped off to sleep, and I needed to sleep. I mean, my schedule the last few days has been kind of hectic, but that's something. I'm probably just before I proceed, to breakfast, I'm going to watch that.
Yeah, my daughter watched it, and she's like, what the fuck?
And it's about an hour long, or how long?
I don't remember, an hour and something.
Roger, but I've got it located on YouTube there.
Yeah, I don't think you can watch it on YouTube. There's versions of people talking over it and shit, but I couldn't find it on there. I found a bunch of them claiming it was it, but when I flipped through them, because I was trying to find it for my daughter, because she don't have all that stuff like I got. But she's like, I think she paid like $2.99 to watch it or some shit.
Roger that.
There's on YouTube, they got a bunch of motherfuckers on there talking over it instead of actually showing it.
Roger. I was about to send you a text about something which ought to kind of explain why I haven't watched that, but anyway, I am going to watch it.
His mission is to kill everybody, to get revenge for his brother being killed. That's why he keeps trying to go after all these motherfuckers trying to kill him.
Roger that.
This fucking drunk-ass old bitch wife that bitch is crazy.
Roger. But you also heard it said, like, if somebody's got a certain enemy out there who happens to be your enemy, that makes them sort of like your friend.
Well, none of this started until his brother got killed in the war, and then he started running for office and all that bullshit, and then he started going around wiping everybody out.
Roger that. But I don't doubt that. But at the same time, millions of Jews got slaughtered during World War II, and that was one of the motivations that Israelis have had to keep their military tip top.
Yeah, that's what they tell you. But he's killed more than that.
Well, I believe what happened to their people, World War II, not just the Jews, but, I think altogether, how many people died in World War II? 50 million? That may not be quite a big enough number, but anyway.
In other words, get your ass out of bed.
That's right.
Morning, everybody. I know, Sunday already.
Yeah, my radio sounding alright.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Yeah, which is about 25 minutes from Monday.
Anyway, I'm gonna go put some coffee grounds in the coffee pot. I'll be back.
Where's coffee ground? My product can be old. You got a lot of church traffic out there, no doubt. Another wonderful day in paradise. Oh, look at that damn hat that one News 9 reporter has on. I guess everybody's watching that. I ain't watching. Roger and Annie, she's got on a little crown, but anyway, I guess it's all good. They both had some kind of marathon going on? Roger, yeah, it's going on.
They're trying to race down there to get that freaking brick cinnamon roll come on.
Yeah, no doubt.
guy shipped 2 amplifiers he bought online. They come to him, but one of them didn't work right, so he shipped them back. Insured them for $6,000 a piece, I guess, for both of them. And one of them didn't make it. Now FedEx dropped the ball. They don't want to do nothing about it. Some tube amplifiers for stereo.
Tornadoes missed us again, even though they weren't near as bad last night as I guess earlier.
And that one down there in, what was it, damn it, west of Dallas down there. It was pretty big, and then it disappeared.
Roger. Okay, I wasn't paying any attention to that. I'm glad apparently it didn't hurt anybody's, property, and more important, nobody got hurt.
Talking about Waco?
Was it Waco?
Yeah, that's west of Dallas.
Well, yeah, Waco is kind of, southwest down there, but, where were you talking about that tornado that got big but then disappeared?
And over by Fort Worth, out there, there's a white settlement, Westover Hills, shit. Went right by that airport over.
Roger, okay. Alright, I guess a different one, but I think Big Time was talking about Waco down there.
That's Waco's like way south of that.
I know you're right. It's way down there south of where the 35 highways join back together. We're going to watch that. In fact, I don't guess I need to sit here and stare at the marathon any longer. I'll try to find it right now.
Alrighty then.
Yeah, come on.
Just sitting there. Got the coffee going, and now I got two dogs. One's on the inside wanting out, the other one on the outside wanting in. Never fails.
They're working together. The grass always looks greener on the other side.
He said he was smoking coffee grounds.
Yeah.
Damn puppy.
Damn Willie.
Yeah, make you grow hair on top of your head.
Uh-oh. There's something wrong with that theory. Yeah, I got the hellacious noise over here this morning.
Are you talking about that person behind that microphone?
Yep. No, just the power lines. Apparently they're not happy now, so I'm going to have to call and get them fixed.
All that grease you putting in dirty coax.
Is that what it is? It's collecting all this stuff.
I'm glad all my electrical noise is quiet today.
I know mine came on Friday, was on Friday night all day yesterday, and it's still there. It never went off.
Roger. Well, I know that you'll get rid of it one way or another. I know you won't give up.
Waiting on my piece of coax, my 10-foot adapter coax for my SDR. Then I'll probably go out there, and depends on what time I get it.
Roger.
Oh, you got the grow lights going on or something over there?
Nah, I don't know what it is. It looks like a saw blade on my waterfall. You hear that electrical buzz.
Just a little noise.
Yeah, I came out here Friday morning and hooked up to my coax like 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning. And he went to go start looking for it and it went off. Whatever it is, it's got to be hot. All that sizzling and buzzing it's doing.
Over there cooking some steak.
Now, earlier when you got rid of other noise, was it just an old place or something to do it, or?
I don't know, that other noise he said was a lightning resistor or something. I don't know. It didn't have no, it was like a buzz, like just static.
Right.
which is what I have over here.
But this one has got peaks on it, and it slides back and forth all through the band. And it's like from 2600 something up to 3200 something.
Right.
Looks like a buzzsaw. Pretty crazy. You'd have to look at a fan adapter. It's pretty neat. Louder.
I turned around. Well, I know what's saying. The governor was having mic trouble last night. Maybe he'll fix that.
Shit, that motherfucker's had mic problems for over a month.
Roger. Yeah, but I noticed when he was on there broadcasting, man, all the time his audio was cutting out, so I'm sure he'll fix it.
Every time he started saying stupid shit, it censored him.
He put a sensor in his mic now. Dang it. So in other words, I didn't miss much last night.
Evidently, I didn't miss nothing either. Well, good morning out there. The governor, the water pump, Moondog, and the rest of the gang. You guys are out there sandbagging.
Heard someone wave out there.
Just better hear somebody.
Yeah, my noise came in right when he said something. He said, I think it sounded like Wimpy out in Skipland. I don't know.
3939, good morning if you're out there. I haven't heard Wimpy in a long time. I think I might have heard him earlier, but he might still be out there. Yeah, I ain't seen him in a month or two. I think I might have heard you. Drink more coffee, 3939.
He said he's on a pipsqueak. Good morning to you, I heard you.
Roger, Dodger.
Well, 39, good morning. If you can hear guns singing, Wimpy, good morning. I'm back in my corner, howling like a hurt dog. Coffee.
Fixing to go check on.
Pain pill, muscle action, hell yeah. They ain't got nothing.
Good morning out there in DX land. If you're out there, 610 out there in Pennsylvania.
We're going to do is
It's all or nothing on Channel 19.
yeah, especially when you run out of things to talk about.
Well, it's like there's an opportunity for somebody to come up with more conversation.
That's a Roger.
Like everybody's trying to broadcast at once, or everybody's afraid to broadcast, one or the other.
That's it. Well, I'm going to broadcast this to everybody out there can hear me. It's got the truck drivers and everything. Tie your damn load down. You're going to haul your pickup, haul an 18-wheeler. Tie that shit down.
Roger. And if you need diesel, you probably ought to stop somewhere besides the Petro. I've had an advisory earlier, drivers, that their pumps are very slow right now. It would take you forever to fill up there.
about it. It's probably them. Didn't know how to operate the pump.
Roger. That's a possibility, but anyway, I relayed for you, and I guess they're out of town heading west. Sometimes, of course, I don't burn diesel, but sometimes I've pumped the gas and got a slow pump. I guess they didn't change the filter out like they should. I don't know, but it took quite a while to fill up just a regular vehicle.
Yeah, I've been there too.
Roger, but normally it doesn't take long.
Yeah, and diesel pumps are a lot faster than the gasoline pump.
Right, okay. And and they need to be, don't they, because of all the many gallons that typically the truck drivers need.
That's a Roger.
Hell yeah. Yeah, my nozzle for my truck been beat out, so I can fit that bigger nozzle in there. It's another difference, like your gasoline nozzles, probably not even the size of a quarter. That diesel nozzles, probably a quarter size or bigger.
Roger. Well, I guess they're trying to make it idiot-proof, but there's some idiots out there who keep on trying. I mean, they're not going to be stopped.
Well, at a gas station, they sell diesel. It's a regular size.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess probably they've been sorry it's that way because of certain individuals. But anyway, I pay attention. I don't miss fuel, but I guess it could happen. Don't they color code that? Like diesel is always green and got it kind of separate from the gasoline and all that.
Yeah. Yeah, the gas is usually black or yellow, whatever the hell they got going on there. And diesel's green.
Roger. Yeah, I try to pay attention because I haven't run my whole day to miss fuel.
Yeah, I've seen them black, I've seen them red, I've seen them yellow.
Oh, Mountain Man, that truck he used to drive, hell, he put diesel and gas in it at the same time. And he had some badass fuel mileage.
Roger.
Damn it. That fucking, over in Detroit, I seen the video the other day. There's a fucking garbage truck backing up and stopping. God damn.
Yeah.
Ah, no. I start seeing stars there. I know there's in a residential neighborhood picking up trash, and motherfuckers went in reverse and slammed on the brakes. All that garbage juice went out on their fucking street. Now they got another fucking video just come out yesterday over there, the same company doing it somewhere else. Hell, they do that around here. They start squeezing all that garbage garbage and all the juice runs out the truck onto the street.
Remember the first Terminator movie, among the first things that our hero, encounters when he goes back in time to Earth is a garbage truck. And of course, they're recycling garbage more and more. I think a few years ago I saw this reporter, I think she's out in Los Angeles, and she's reporting on recycled sewer water that they had refined back into drinking water. That's what they were calling it, and she actually drank some of that sewer water on camera.
That's what they do around here.
Well, I try not to do that, but anyway, I'm pathologically optimistic that this bottled water is not that. But anyway, I get the distilled water, most of what I get. As far as tap water, negative. We don't do tap water.
Well, they ain't recycling everything that they told people. Well, in your water bill, they sent out a card. Don't put this plastic or this plastic or this and this and this, and it's down to pretty much nothing. And then you go over to them fucking mountains that they're building around here, and you see all that plastic shit.
Roger. Yeah, people always follow the instructions when they tell you not to mix certain stuff together. Sure.
Well, they told you don't put it in, don't recycle it. All this plastic shit. They say, oh, it tears our machines up. Then what the fuck are y'all doing?
People are lazy and they're not going to do any of that.
No, the fucking city. The company that's supposed to be recycling all that plastic and all that shit. It was a leaflet deal they put in the water bill to tell you don't put this plastic, don't put this, don't put that, because it tears up their machines. So what the fuck are y'all recycling?
Roger that. Yeah, that's just it. There's so many details there that I don't think people follow that too much. They're trying to put it all on the public, and the general public is undisciplined, and they're probably not doing it quite right anyway, like you're talking about.
Well, they're supposed to recycle all that shit, but apparently their machines wasn't capable of doing it, so now they don't. And they crying, oh, it's clogging our machines up, it's wrapping around the wheels and all this shit.
Roger that. I guess it's a dice roll, no doubt. Purchasing any product made out of recycled plastics or recycled anything.
It's a money scheme. That's why it costs so much to dump your trash now. Hell, it costs more than the water.
Roger. Yeah, my water bill, of course, as you know, it's not just water. It's gone up from what it used to be.
Well, mine used to be about $30. a month, around $30. Now it's around $100.
Roger. Well, mine used to be, I'm trying to remember, $45 a month, and now it's more like, I think, about $60 a month or something.
And my actual water usage is probably less than $10. The rest of it is all that, oh, well, you gotta pay for this connection and this connection and pay $30 for this and all this, it's all the shit that jumped on your water bill.
Exactly.
Bunch of SpongeBobs.
Roger that. If you purchase like a helmet for bike riding, it's probably made out of recycled plastics.
Yeah, put them forever chemicals on your head.
Roger that, yeah. But, you know, in the blink of an eye, the earth will be pure again. Of course, that's not going to do us any fucking good.
Yeah, what he said.
No doubt about it. With a squeal in your deal. Roger, yeah, I hate to tell you, but it's kind of squeal.
Okay, how's that?
Oh, that's better.
No squeal.
No doubt about it. 610, good morning. If you're sandbagging out there and receiving a one-way DX.
Yeah. 24/7. Aloha. Out in Maui, Maui, Hawaii.
Oh, yeah. Mod Squad, waving hand if you're out there sandbagging.
Mongoose on the island of Maui. Big island of Maui.
That was on the tip of my tongue. Now I can't say it.
There's my hand at 333 in Australia, no doubt about it.
And good morning, a wood chopper, or woodsman in New Zealand.
I got you all day. Hey, Donald Trump, this is 244. Your buddy, call me on my hotline. 244. President Donald Trump. Stand by one night waiting for your phone call on the red phone, Donald Trump.
That hotline in the Kremlin, always busy.
No doubt. Donald Trump, he says he's not taking any phone calls at this time. It's not to be the cousin of the president. Y'all didn't believe that at all, did you?
But I'm thinking Melania was not at the hotel yesterday when that happened, but I could be wrong.
You know, when you watch Donald Trump pretty good, she looks like she's scared of hell around Donald Trump. She looks like she's scared of that man.
He's so frightened that he's ready to go ahead and make a speech to everybody a few minutes after that happened.
Hey, boy, yeah, but you look at Donald Trump's wife, when she's around him, she looks like she's scared of that man. I mean, she looks like she's just terrified.
Roger. But I think she's a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, but you watch her body language around Donald Trump. When she's around Donald Trump, watch her body language.
Roger. You say she's afraid of him?
I think so. Her body language say so.
Roger.
Afraid to get too close to him because he might get shot. Her body language says she's scared of him.
I haven't watched her that much, but yeah, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, watch her when she's around Donald Trump. When they show them together, watch her body language.
Roger. Well, I bet everybody's afraid that something might happen.
I'd be afraid around him too. I don't want to get shot.
Roger. Everybody's scared except Trump.
I'm not going to be scared. You give me down around Donald Trump 24/7. They're going to shoot me. They're going to shoot me. I ain't going to worry about that shit till it's going to happen.
Well, I'm sure that our security is already pretty damn good, but now it's airtight.
Now, come on. You know, if I was a president, I'm going to wear body armor. Come on.
Well, we're assuming he's got a lot of that stuff.
Probably got one then. Bulletproof suit.
Might not be a fake face that you're seeing. That's actually armor, but anyway. But I think they were wanting to build a ballroom, like make an east wing or whatever, have a ballroom. Maybe they might go ahead with that now. I don't know. Well, yeah, 200 million here and 200 million there, and pretty soon you're talking about real money. Yeah, I guess everybody knows that hotel where that happened yesterday was the same hotel where Hinckley shot President Reagan outside of that hotel years ago. And I guess, if I understand right, Hinckley's actually a free man walking around where he wants to go. I guess he has to check in with a head shrinker once in a while, but otherwise free. I hope I'm wrong, but I think that's the situation. And I'm not sure if he's writing more letters to Jodie Foster or not. maybe old cool breeze out there in the Bahamas or somewhere.
I heard him the other day talking. I think it was up on 21.
I haven't quite hit it off with him. I think my radio might be talking too good to suit him, but anyway.
Like, man, if they talk to you, you don't care. They just want me. They don't want to talk to me, I don't care.
Roger, Dodger there, 244 Gatling gun. Oh, that is Gunslinger.
I hear you. I take Gatling gun back again once in a while.
Roger, it's all good. I mean, I guess you'll decide. Somebody out there. It could be DX. Good morning. 747 with the wave.
Right. Conversion failure.
Might be another trip ever got caught by the slow pump.
No doubt about it. Yeah. Got to be there forever. See, there's a mattress shark out there at the slow pump.
Lucky doe and lucky me.
I guess everybody knows that Jimmy's Egg and Moore, that they relocated to a different place in Moore, but that's probably old news.
Hopefully to one where it's easier to get to.
I think that they originally were located a little south of 19th Street on the west side of the interstate. Now they're north of 9th Street over on the west side of the interstate, closer to the Warren Theater.
Well, that'll work.
Roger that. I'm not sure if anybody wrote that down, but anyway, that's where they're at. I mean, I like them. I don't go to that one very much, but I did give it a day in court. Aside from some of the servers having kind of a shitty attitude, otherwise they got a passing grade.
Yeah, I think the dentist place took over their old restaurant. Took that whole section.
Roger that. I can just hear some of the small talk now.
Dentist Depot or something like that, I don't remember.
Roger that. They might have a special offers. They might call something like the garbage teeth cleaning or something, you know. my favorite breakfast at Jimmy's Egg, the garbage breakfast. I guess everybody remembers the original Jimmy's Egg, at least in the city here, over on North May Avenue. I guess that's torn down, except the sign, the pole at least, part of the sign is still up. I guess that bar across the street is taking advantage of that for their customers to park over there, I guess. It's the Lost Highway Bar if anybody's interested.
Thinking about going in there at the barber shop.
Roger. Yeah, recently we went and got kind of a trim.
Oh, I'm gonna take it down to the skinhead.
Roger that on the skinhead. I saw a guy recently shaved his head, you know, and maybe that might look better on him than otherwise.
Yeah, where I worked, that was the hairstyle. Just shave your head and you're done.
Roger that. I guess I still haven't completely gotten over a long time ago as a youngster, and I had no control over my haircuts. Usually I got the buzz cut or a crew cut or something, and I always didn't like it. Maybe just because I didn't have just the decision-making power. So anyway, now that I do, I don't ever get that style haircut. But maybe I'll force myself to revisit it someday.
Yeah, I remember walking downtown. Mama gave me just enough for a haircut and a coat. And go down Spencer, a little bitty town. Go get my haircut, buzz, you know. Then go get me a coat and walk home.
Roger that, the real Coca-Cola. No doubt with that little bottle that you could, get a exchange on, deposit.
Yeah, we didn't get much pop when we was growing up. We had other drinks, Kool-Aid and tea and stuff like that, but pop we didn't drink very much.
Roger that. The same here.
When we got one, it was the treat, you think?
Roger, exactly. I remember going in these country stores, you reach in this cooler, had a lot of cold water in there, and you get your bottle out of there, and the old opener they had for it right there, and anything.
Yeah, you had to have a bottle opener, something to drink your pop.
Roger that. And out in the driveway, I remember they had it paved with old bottle caps. But you really didn't want to buy certain products over there, because they might have bugs in them. They kept stuff on the shelf a long time.
Drugstore. Had one drugstore and then he had a grill back there that did everything in there. You go in there and get your hand booed.
Roger that. tasted much better than modern hamburgers.
Seems like it did back in the day.
Roger. Or maybe our taste buds work better then. That's a possibility, but anyway. I guess most of those buildings have probably been torn down.
Been down through there in years.
Roger. But I went on a vacation and once, it's a few years ago, but still modern times, went to Alaska and back, and yeah, I stopped by some stations up there. It reminded me of way back in an earlier age, and you know, they still had that aura of independence and able to do anything and deal with the elements. Of course, you know, up there they didn't have to be. Once in a while driving down the highway, I had to, like, you know, swerve to miss a bear or like a moose or whatever, but...
Damn, sounds smart.
But another tip, and you probably know this, anybody traveling to Alaska through Canada, leave your handgun at home.
Don't pull it out.
They take a dim view of that shit at the border, no doubt.
Oh, shit.
I think maybe on the other hand, if you're going out there on a hunting trip, you got rifles and stuff. Of course, you obviously got to declare all that, and they were inspected. I think it probably would be approved for you to carry up there on your hunting trip, as long as it's just rifles and things like that. I've never gone on a hunting trip up there, so I don't know all the particulars, but I believe that's part of what's going on. No handguns, though. Like Quebec province, and you want to see Montreal, Quebec City. I think everybody speaks English up there, but that's not good enough. They also speak French, and they expect everybody else to speak French, and it's going to piss them off if you try to communicate with them in any language other than French. Roger, be sure and tell everybody there that 747 says hi. On the subject of not a whole lot of DX coming in nowadays, the bright side of that is we're not hearing that old popsicle boy.
too much of that bullshit, huh?
Roger. I bet every day the 610 is trying to make contact with the X-Land.
Yeah, I haven't heard none of them in a while.
Roger, me neither. And then, of course, in Boston, 440 up there, and then, of course, 383 and all them, heavy hitters. I'm sure they're trying to get out, and they're probably about the first ones to get out when the conditions are right, but I haven't even heard them.
No, I haven't either. Like right now, as soon as I have my cigarette and my cup of coffee, I'm going to get off, so yeah. Like I tell everybody, what do you do on a CB? I said, oh, we talk about this and that, but you know what? You can run out of things to say in about a week, because what you're doing today, oh, I'm doing this. Oh, well, I said, in about a week you run out of things to talk about, and I said, sometimes it gets pretty quiet out here.
It's a dice roll.
I said, because you run out of things to say, and things to joke about. I said, yeah, you run out of things to say. I said, it does get quiet out here until Skip rolls in. Well, Skip, I said, Skip, other station come in the radio and you get to talk to them for a few seconds and they're gone.
Roger. It's a dice roll.
But I said, if you're playing hard, you don't want to be on the TV because you're going to hear everything, anything will come out of these men's mouth, so get ready to get on here.
It's all or nothing.
That's it, all or nothing.
I'm not sure who else gets on 17, but I get on there quite a bit when the skip's rolling and communicate with California. I would say that the northern part of California mostly is on 17, and the others are on 19, but anyway.
Well, I say 98% of the time I'm on channel 19 and don't come off of it.
Roger. Well, I guess you knew already 17 is used out there quite a bit.
Yeah, boy, Roger, but I just don't tell them hop. I stay on 19 and leave it as it is.
Roger.
Yeah, I figure people know where I'm at, they want to talk to me. Hey, they know to come 19 and I'll be there if they want to talk. I'll talk, if not, I'll shut up.
Roger. Well, back in the early days of CB, I guess you know a lot of the radios were actually a single channel, so that I guess that'd be all you need, just 19.
Well, if you're like me, you don't talk to that many people, you don't know that many people, so yeah, one channel's all I need. But I'll take the 40 channels, what I got. I'll take them, I just don't use them.
I doubt that anybody really uses very many of them, but anyway.
Hell, when I was buying and selling crawfish, the time I was in, hell, I had everybody's phone number in town. I didn't need a phone book. I was the phone book.
Roger.
Hell yeah, they bought shrimp, crawfish, crab in town. I had their number. Hell yeah, I stayed busy hauling all day long. Hell, I was supposed to only work 4 hours a day, but I worked 12 hours a day, 7 days a week down in Kaplan.
Get some shrimp.
Used to.
Shrimp. Instead of shrimp, there's shrimp.
Yeah, I can get you 5 pounds, 20 pounds, 30 pounds, 50 pounds, 100 pounds, anytime you wanted it when I was back in Kaplan. This shit come right off them boats, come on.
Yeah, come on. Get them shrimps.
Our supplies last.
Well, I tell you what, you move to Oklahoma to Louisiana, you're going to change your diet 100%, I'll tell you that much. Because most of the stuff that you get here, you can't get back there, and you get other stuff, you'll change your food diet. And you really like rice.
There's nothing wrong with rice. I mean, a person can eat too much of it in terms of carbohydrates, but anyway.
Yeah, I love rice. I eat the shit out of rice, come on.
Yes, you know, brown rice is considered to be healthier than the white rice, I believe.
I cut it up in a bowl, I do my rice, put my rice in my bowl with a little sugar, a little butter, just a little bit of milk and some toast, and go to town, come on. And I eat a whole big old bowl by myself. That's probably about half a cup of rice.
Down there, I think they have quite a bit of poke salad, don't they, in Louisiana?
I don't know. I don't eat the stuff. I don't know what the hell out of, all seafood. Come on.
Roger. Yeah, I mean, I'm cautious about seafood because I always feel like it's been contaminated by various stuff in the ocean.
We don't live by the ocean.
But anyway, sometimes not right by the ocean. I mean, there's, of course, contamination. But
well, I brought up the doctor in Louisiana, and he was talking about cancer. I said, look, all the chemicals these farmers use on their fields, they always and put crawfish pills in it. And the crawfish go in the ground and get contaminated by all that fertilizer. They don't eat the goddamn crawfish. He said, you know what? We're at that doctor meeting. He said, I'm going to go there to all them doctors about what you just said. Dude, he was fucking got his always got his pad. He said, repeat that. So I repeated. He laid all that shit down. He said, I'm going to bring it up to the meeting.
Roger that. It's a dice roll.
And most of that seafood in the damn stores come from other countries. Don't even come from here. Well, I watched a deal down there in Louisiana. All them seafood places, you'd think they'd get their shit out of the ocean right there, but they don't. They get it from China and all these other fucking places. There's only a few restaurants there that actually get the shit from out of the Gulf.
Sam Wholesale, and what is it? Kroger, what is it, open up here? They don't even get their seafood. They get it from other countries. When you buy that seafood at Sam's or Kroger, where the fuck it is they open up here, yeah, it's overseas shit. It's not bought from here. So when you go to Sam's, you buy that fucking seafood shit there, it's from other countries. It's not from here. That's why I don't buy that shit.
Like that tilapia, that garbage fish. I never even heard of it or seen of it until we got the new population of people. And then all of a sudden that bullshit showed up. And hell, I seen how they're on the tilapia farms, raising them in big ass swimming pools and shit.
stores, that's the only way you're going to get it so quick, because the lake ain't going to handle it all. So, yeah, you gotta have bill beds. That's just like your men. They're going in tanks and stuff and sold to the base stores. I mean, I don't see nothing wrong with going with a container anyway. They're cleaning and pressure. There's nothing wrong with it. The only way you can sell to the public is let them know. Yeah, we buy some other country, but yet we can be doing it here. Anywhere in Oklahoma City, but here's the deal. You might stock it with about 30, say about 25 sets of deep-born crawfish, but it don't mean they're going to stay in that pond. So that pond, all that money you built, throw them crawfish in it, he may not have none in it, because they may not like the soil or the location. They'll haul ass and move out of that water, find another location. I don't want nobody to know how smart I am. How smart I'm not. Yeah, that is. Yeah, not how smart I am. Don't say it like that. You know my point. Fast and drop out. Everybody just leave you hanging. Next thing you know, you're talking to yourself. 244 standing by.
Good morning, Jeremy, if you're out there sandbagging. I guess everybody's got to Walmart at the same time to restock on their coffee supplies.
That damn Folger's like 20 bucks a container now. Over 20 bucks for coffee at Walmart.
So yeah, $22 for the big old 40-ounce tall boy.
Yeah, about 22 for a big can, yeah.
Well, I just bought a bag of beans.
Right.
He might be a decent president, but I don't think he's worth a fuck because he ain't get a goddamn thing for the United States, like fuckers.
That's corporate greed. The reason your groceries are so high.
Yeah, and American people ain't doing a damn thing to stop it. That's another thing.
Well, they know it's hard for us to stop buying groceries. If we could do that, we probably would to affect the supply and demand. Be a good way to lose weight, Roger. Yeah, no doubt about it. But at a certain point, that's just enough.
Yeah, enough is enough. Goddamn, we already spend, 35% tax or 40% of our money on taxes and don't get nothing in return? Fuck that shit. Alright, buying demand. U.S. citizens. All of a sudden now our groceries come up because why? They brought all these goddamn foreign motherfuckers in here. We'll feed the motherfuckers and demand, yeah. Get rid of all these foreign motherfuckers in here, our groceries will go down.
Well, it wouldn't hurt for the hyper-rich to chip in and help out on certain problems. Since they've got so much damn money, but that's probably never going to happen.
Well, that's because we won't stand up and make the goddamn rich pay their fucking taxes, their fair share. They're not paying taxes, they're not paying fucking property tax. Look at Dolly Parton. She don't pay fucking property tax because she had a church built on her property, and now she don't have to pay no goddamn property tax for none of that shit that she had that church on.
And of course, a lot of big, investors out there. They form properties that they then declare to be religiously oriented, which I think allows them to be exempt from paying taxes.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. All you gotta do is take 100 acres of land, and you don't want to pay taxes on it, build your church, get your preacher come in there once every 3 or 4 months, and you don't have to pay taxes because it's a legal church. Did you say today was the day of religious feeling?
Well, not exactly. No, didn't say that.
Oh, okay. Well, I had the stereo on, and that's kind of what it sounded like to me. I wanted to clarify that a little bit.
Well, I've just made some kind of general statement. I guess there's a lot of hyper-rich out there declaring some of their property to be religiously oriented, and then they enjoy tax exempt status.
Is that what you just said?
I'm not hearing you perfectly good, but anyway.
Well, the Dolly Parton, she got a goddamn bunch of land. She had a church built on her fucking property, and then now she's exempt of paying taxes on that property. So, yeah, it works.
We got a lot of religious organizations out there who might not conduct themselves in a religious manner, but they get that exemption.
Exactly.
Roger. Well, I'm okay with religion. I mean, there's a lot of real churches out there, and that's good. But then there's plenty of others just dodging taxes and, just putting up some kind of religious facade to do that.
And nowadays, you can't even trust your kid in the church without you're fixing my rest of your kids, so, there you go. Well, your kids are not even safe in church because the preachers molest them, so church ain't a safe place for nobody.
Roger. And that's one thing that just starting to bother me. You just see more and more mosques popping up like toadstools in America. To me, that's something wrong with that picture. There used to be like a golf course over on 89th Street, and I guess they bulldozed that, and that's right, to put a mosque up.
goddamn thing until Oklahoma stands up and says, fuck it, we had enough, and they hear us all stand up and scream at one time. They might do something. The job was set to kick their ass out of office. They might do something.
Well, one time we had a roundup of corrupt politicians. I'm trying to remember the name of it. Scam or something like that. I think we need another one, only this time the mother of all roundups of corrupt politicians and anybody else corrupt. certain smart people have just declared that modern society only has about 35 more years to go before there will be some kind of war. It'll just kind of wipe out the whole planet.
I think it's going to happen before that.
Well, I hope not, but of course it was just an estimate.
Well, I think it's over and it's cooking. You go to the gun stores, you watch people buying bullets and buying guns, something's happening.
Roger. Well, I used to reload back in the 80s. I was a competitive shooter, and a lot of my equipment got blown away in that damn tornado.
Well, it's like next month I'm going to buy a box of 9mm, a box of 30-30s, a box of 30-06. I got 15 ammo.
Roger, I've got some of them calibers.
I mean, I can only carry, you know, a couple pistols at a time, but I can carry a couple of rifles. Come on.
Roger. And we might try to get the reloading operation back up and operating. Yeah, but anyway.
Well, my nephew says, Uncle, why don't you carry your gun outside at night? You carry it all the time, but you don't carry it on the pavement. I said, you know what? All the gun powders I've been hearing, I'm going to start carrying it 24/7.
Roger that, yeah. It's getting so bad.
Well, like the other night, I just walked out the door, and I shut the back of the door. He said, what was that? I said, there's some firecrackers.
Yeah, I mean, of course, all the time you hear stuff in the news going on, but besides something even more serious, you know, in D.C. recently, not yesterday, but...
Well, I shouldn't have to carry a goddamn weapon for my own protection, but nowadays you better carry a gun, and you better use it when you have to for your own protection.
Roger. Well, for years I've had something with me, you know, part of the time, but anyway, probably need to look at that again to make it even more effective.
Well, let me tell you something. You carry a gun, get ready to pull that trigger, because that son of a bitch on the other side's got a gun, he's out there still going to shoot your ass.
Roger, and then on the other side of the coin, of course, you got the law sometimes getting too carried away about locking people up. Not criminals, but people just wanted to be safe because they might have, I don't know, stubbed their toe in terms of abiding by all the laws. It's inevitable. You got to violate some law that you weren't quite aware of or forgot about.
Well, here's the kicker. A lot of people don't know it, but if you get pulled over by speeding, it gives them proper cause to check your vehicle out. That's bullshit because they pull you over for speeding or, you know, changing lanes. It gives them proper cause to search your fucking car legally or not. You can say what you want, but they dare to search your car and it's legal.
Roger. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm aware that they don't have a proper cause. They just automatically search your car just because you were speeding or something or some other minor traffic violation.
That's right. He gives them proper cause to search that fucking car anytime they want.
But, of course, people get intimidated and allow them to search. But, yeah, that's right. They got to have a search warrant.
I got pulled over and I said, I'll tell you what, dude, I'm going to be a smart ass. You want to search my fucking car, get your goddamn search warrant. Other than that, I ain't carrying goddamn nothing but fucking 5 women. It's naked. I'm carrying a tank and back to my car and 5 grenade launchers to search my fucking vehicle.
Roger. But that's right. Except a lot of times they do what they want to do, and you know, and sometimes law-abiding citizens end up behind bars for a good while because they stood up for themselves, and certain law enforcement officials didn't like that, and you know the rest of the story.
Yeah, you pissed them off. They let you go in 24 hours, but if you piss them off, they can hold you for 72 hours because you pissed them off.
No doubt.
They got to charge you in 72 hours, they're going to kick you out of jail, and they can hold you up for 72 hours because you pissed them off.
Roger. I've watched crime shows, and so many people just tremble when they're in the interrogation room and just belch out all their information when they should have stayed quiet.
I tell everybody, Don't say, well, if you didn't do it, don't ever say you did shit. Apologize for something you ever done. If you ain't ever done shit, don't ever claim you did it. Deny, because you didn't do it. Don't say you did it for nothing, because you ain't gonna intimidate me. If I didn't do it, you don't get no. Didn't do it. No, I didn't do it. But if I did it, I'll definitely tell you I did it.
It's just the common sense going on. If you're on a trip and you're like a stranger in a strange land, you know you're in a situation, it makes you not want to be too contrary with the local law enforcement for obvious reasons.
Well, I don't know about y'all, but I got sheriffs, I got fucking, I don't know, I got cops all in my fucking family, and I don't hang with either one of them. I even got family, they're police officers on the Indian reservations, and I don't even mess with them, come on.
You know, you got all kinds out there, of course. That's kind of a dice roll. I know one day, a long time ago, I was on a trip and I crossed the line over into Massachusetts. I had a little piece there and I saw the sign, you know, mandatory jail sentence for unregistered firearms. So I made a fucking U-turn and got back out of there really fast.
Yeah, and a lot of your state parks, you can't have a gun on your state park, so you pull in the state park, you got guns, you put a lock of something in your trunk and you hide them underneath your spare tire, because you're not supposed to have a gun on those state or federal parks.
Roger that. Of course, you're liable to need it, as everybody knows, and it's not going to be handy, and it's always a catch.
Well, I figure this much. If you got a gun, you're not good until you use it some bitch, so you have to be able to carry it anywhere you want to carry it out in the wild, and regardless of state park, federal park, you have to be able to carry it until you fall and sound guilty.
Roger. Yeah, of course, a lot of people, they don't know how to handle guns at all.
But then you got people out here, that's what I think, so you got people out here, it don't even, their hands don't even need to be around a gun, because, yeah. You take people like around New York, a lot of people come out to New York to join the military, hell, they never fucking handle a gun in their life.
Yeah, there's so many laws against having a gun up there. I guess most civilized people didn't have them.
Well, most civilized people, you don't need unless you need it for home protection, but now, fuck, you need it for your own protection.
And up there, I'm sure the criminals had the guns and law enforcement. I guess that was it.
Well, I do know this. If I gotta go get up against a criminal, I know they got more firepower and stronger firepower than I've got. Come on.
Dodger.
Well, hell, they're going to be using automatics. You know that shit. They're going to be using automatics, AR-15, AK-47s.
In general, I guess, unless you go to some of those states back east and encounter their anti-gun attitudes, you're fairly safe enough having a gun with you, and don't do anything crazy, and law enforcement's gonna be all right with it.
That's just like going over to England and London. Hell yeah, it's like they just a Hell Angels. They won't go over there because they use bazooka grenades on Hell Angels. So that's the reason why most of the gangs go over there and try to take over there. Because they got hand grenades over there. Against pistols, what the fuck you gonna do? You damn sure don't want that gun to a tank fight. So when you're carrying a gun, always test your opponent. He may have one bigger and stronger, so be prepared. That's all I'll say. It's like far as what scared me the most is it wasn't the men, it's the goddamn women scared me the most.
Say the women?
Hell yeah, the women scared me the most in the bar.
Roger. Yeah, they probably have some little something in there they shouldn't have.
Oh hell, when you fought back in the day, you couldn't trust them bitches. They had guns stuck all in their fucking bodies, guns in their purses. You had to worry about the men kill out. It's the women that carry a gun in their goddamn purses on themselves. Come on.
Joe.
There's nothing wrong between that. You don't get between a man and a wife fight because they both turn on your ass. Come on.
Roger.
It's a bitch being a bouncer. Yeah, it's a job. I drove there with 6 brothers, and I'm next to the youngest, so yeah, I learned quite a bit with my older brothers. Come on. Oh, 244, we're back quiet for a second. This was a joke. Y'all notice y'all ever watch these Western movies? If you ever notice, the horses never take a dump. I'm back quiet.
Neutral, turn signal.
And it's another wonderful day at the beach with my surfboard, waiting for that next big wave to come in.
Mark, time to get back out there. I'm about to call it. See what's going to play. Time to get to the radio.
got so quiet out there. It's like the Twilight Zone. It's All or Nothing on Channel 19.
Kind of quiet out there today.
No doubt. Well, earlier it wasn't as quiet, but just, you know, how the cycle goes.
Oh, yeah. Wait for the next wave, huh?
No doubt. That's right. With my surfboard ready to roll, ready to surf.
That's right.
Good morning out there, Water Pump and Rebel if you're out there. drivers earlier. There was a problem at the Petro. She stopped to purchase diesel fuel. The pumps were very slow, but they may have corrected the problem by now, but I'm not sure if they have or not.
I figured out why Trump's extending that ceasefire.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, indefinitely. Extended indefinitely. And I figured out why.
Roger. Well, anyway, he knows that they're not going to make any progress talking. I guess he's probably rearming and getting ready to totally obliterate the enemy.
Well, that could be, yes, but I believe the reason why he extended the ceasefire is because we got a blockade over there, nothing in or out of Iran. Okay, so all those other countries that depend on oil from Iran ain't getting it. So where are they going to get it? We're exporting more oil now than we ever did before.
Roger. Yeah, part of his strategy, no doubt, has to do with China. I think they, especially China, I believe they need petroleum from Iran. Of course, they're not getting it, and so.
And they're going to buy it from the United States.
Roger. I'm sure that they'll purchase what they need, even from the devil, if they need it bad enough.
Yep.
Yeah, they've been exporting shitloads of oil for years now.
Yeah, but it was just on TV. The United States is exporting more oil now than ever before. That's exactly what they said.
Roger, but the main mission to make sure that Iran doesn't have nukes, nobody's forgotten about that. And I'm certain that we're going to go in there and recover the rest of, the enriched uranium, remove that and destroy any remaining nuclear facilities if they haven't already been destroyed. I know Israel absolutely wants to do that, and the U.S.
Yeah, I can't wait for them to arrest Netanyahu for crimes against humanity. There's already countries filed shit on him. I guess they don't talk about that in the mainstream news.
Roger, I'm watching some of this stuff. I've got it muted. I'm going to rewatch it, but yeah, it looks very interesting. It's like this mountain of evidence there. But anyway. Well, I'm convinced Iran, planned on exterminating infidels, and certainly that would be the U.S. and Israel and others out there. They were going to use nukes to do it. Our Commander-in-Chief scrapped an earlier wrong-headed agreement with Iran, as though Iran would abide by the terms of it. But anyway, now they've got a new deal, don't they?
Yep.
But I am trying to digest all these videos about BB.
Should have been thrown in jail a long time ago.
Roger. Yeah, I don't really disagree with that, but to begin with, it's a big problem over there because, Israel, they've been through a lot in history and they don't want it to happen again. Whether BB is corrupt or not, it sounds like he's corrupt as shit, but anyway. I do hope we reach some point of stability over there where we don't have to worry about, you know, hair trigger and nuclear annihilation. I guess it's already the situation, some would argue. We don't have that many war tourists going over into that area, because you know what's probably going to happen to them. There are some crazies who do that. As surely as we got sex tourists going to like Thailand and other spots like that. That one operator, I can't even remember his handle now. Remember he's over there, I think in Delaware he had a 1,000-acre marsh or whatever, but purchased property in Thailand and they actually having a condo or something built, and I guess it's been finished and he's moved over there now, I suppose. I can't quite remember his handle, but he used to get on there with his big radio.
He's battling health issues right now.
What's that?
He is battling health issues.
Health issues, okay. But I don't, yeah, I guess we're talking about the same guy. I don't remember his handle, doggone it, it escapes me.
Yeah, I don't remember right now, but yeah, we're talking about the same guy.
Yeah, he had the big radio for sure.
He's running a stack set of 8, or a stack set of 8-element quads, I should say.
Roger that, yeah.
The big one, 8-element? Wow.
A couple of 8-element stack, okay.
See, his is hidden behind trees, so it doesn't get affected by wind. Because I asked him, I said, how the hell are you keeping those things up in the air?
Oh, he's got a windbreak, okay.
Yep, big old windbreak.
Someday, which is a day that may never come, I'll have something like that. But right now, I feel like it's not even worn the new off my 4-element quad, 50 feet off the ground.
Scorpio, you need to get a laser 500.
Roger that, 102. Okay, I'll make a note on the back of my hand so I don't forget.
It's only 40 foot long, that's all.
Right, it'll work, yeah. I think I actually sent a letter to Santa Claus, but he hasn't brought it yet. It's been several Christmases, too.
Hell, 8-element's 40 foot long.
Roger that. Well, I got something 24 foot long. It's a 6-element Joe gun. I'll someday give it a day in court.
But you don't really gain anything after 5 elements.
Roger that.
Just destructivity, no more gain.
We certainly didn't buy it new. They want too much money.
We got a 8-element sitting out back as a backup. 40 foot boom. I was going to turn it into a 57 foot long boom.
Right.
I cut it down. Made a 5-element and a 3-element.
Heck yeah.
Well, just people up in the northern climate where they get a lot of ice storms, and sometimes we do. They like those rugged antennas, don't they?
Yep, they love them 3-inch thick booms and 1-inch elements, and yeah.
God damn, that sounds like Moby Dick in here.
Well, the prime beam I ran was 43 foot long with 6 elements, 1-inch element. That's what Light Switch is talking on now. I wanted something other than just a flat side.
Oh, that's all I ever had was my 4-element flats, and I loved that shit. Didn't need no more than that.
Well, you run a ground plane as well. I wasn't. I was just running a beam.
Well, I did. I had a ground plane above that. About, maybe 6 feet at the most. Right above the top of that 4-element flat, I had a Penetrator 500. Until the tornado butchered a house up and then throwed it all into my shit. And, well, you know the rest of the story.
Oh, yeah. No, I get it. But, no, I'm good. I can just point east and talk to y'all. I don't have to worry about turning the rotor 100 times.
Right. I can't worry about turning the rotor ever again. That motherfucker's all shelled out up there, and I've just got it screwed where it don't turn.
It just goes wherever it wants.
It would after all that. It stripped it out. And my coax was wrapped around that pole about 8-9 times.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah, I've had to change coax. I've had to fucking change antennas. God damn. I just need to get enough mustard in the mustard jar and get something put in the ground out here in the front yard, or drove in the yard so I can put this antenna together and stand it up and see what it's going to do.
Well, there you go. I kept pushing this button on the thing up, and my nose level would go ridiculous. I'm like, what the hell's going on here? And I looked over there, and it's a Prius. I'm like, oh, hell, no wonder.
Right? Hell, I've got me about a 6-foot tall TV fence post. I can drive it have somebody drive it a couple of feet to the ground, and I can just hang that antenna on it. Once I put the pieces together up top, and then put my ground plane radios on it and gamma match and see what it's going to do, and go from there.
Heck yeah. You can get that thing up in the air.
Yeah, but it's going to require me a little bit of physical assistance. Yeah.
I know that story.
That's just even to get this thing stood up in the front yard to see what I got to do. Not even including having somebody go up the tower and take the old one off and put that one on.
I heard that. Well, hopefully in the next couple of weeks I'll have this one down and getting it all refurbished and put back up in the air.
Hell, I've had this new gamma match about 2 years now. I still ain't got this antenna put together.
Dang it, man.
I've got all brand new stainless steel hardware. All new bolts are all stainless steel to go through the antenna to hold the gamma match on. That's stainless steel. Got stainless steel bolts for the elements, all that shit. Right here, and I'm looking at it, every bit of it in a Ziploc bag.
I know you're right. Well, Yeah, I'm going to switch all the wire holders over to stainless steel because they've been up there 3 years and everything's corroded. So clean the wire, clean the elements, and get all the connectivity going again.
Yep, that was my reason of spending 3 times the money buying stainless steel hardware, washers, nuts, and bolts. So I won't ever have that problem again.
Well, you should have hollered. I got a shitload of stainless over here.
Well, I do too now. There's a place over here, J&E, behind me, like south of me in Valleywood. I just went over and told them what I had, a little grocery list, told them I wanted it all in stainless steel, even the washers.
There you go. Yeah, no, they were dumping bins of this crap out at the base, and I said, hold on, and I grabbed a whole bunch of it, so.
Hey, that ain't no shit. That's money back in your pocket.
Exactly. So, that's, you know, so I said I'm going to redo all mine as well in stainless.
Yeah, it's the way to go. It might tarnish and change colors, but it ain't ever going to rust.
Yep, and all the vibration that's been up there is due to, I've already had to fix which one was it? The left back door wire. It broke.
Right. I'll be back here in a minute.
10-4. Yeah, what Buffalo said.
Hey, when your back door gets broke.
I knew that was coming. Damn, man, I got somebody carrying me. Some Spanish-speaking individual down there on 16 tearing me up.
Hello, 13.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Typical Sunday.
I know you're right. I'm fighting my noise level over here again.
Boy, it's quiet over here.
Yeah, this power supply has decided it wants to play games today.
Yeah, it's pretty quiet over here, too. Hello, Hartberger. Hello, Snowman. Yeah, my noise level's less than 1 right now instead of just under 3.
Well, I got a switching power supply making a bunch of noise. So I think I'm going to tear it out of line here in a second and see if I can put some chokes on the inside.
Try putting them where I told you.
They won't fit there. Never mind. Refresh my memory. Where did you say to put that?
On the 110s on the breaker.
Oh, okay. It acts nice until you key the amp and then it starts doing that.
Yeah, no.
And then you turn the power supply off and it goes away. Try turning the amp off and it doesn't stay, it stays the same, so it's not in the amp doing it.
What are you doing?
I'm breaking things as usual.
Well, you sure got a lot of bass.
I haven't changed anything.
Must be this radio.
What radio are you on?
This 29.
Ah, okay.
Must be the mud in his ears. Speaking of mud. Hello, 61. Hello, person. I ain't gonna say who it is, because you sound different.
In other words, he didn't know who you are.
Yeah, it's kind of a good save.
You know how it is when you get senile.
Yeah, I've been trying to tell you that for the longest.
I'm still sane.
Yeah, that means you're senile if you think that.
You can say his name, we'll let you.
Is that heartbreaker? 10-4. Yeah. See, I smelled his breath.
That was a good save, by the way.
Yeah, he comes up with one once in a while. You just can't count that fast.
Oh, I can even put it on one hand. One.
Yeah, what are you doing over there? You sound good.
That'd be you, Heartbreaker.
I was sitting here in shock. Yeah, you smoking over here now. Son, you sound almost 10-8. Well, as long as it's almost, I'm all right. Loud and clear, got some bass in your voice. You must have had a shot of testosterone. Nah, I had an extra cup of coffee this morning. Yeah, I like the way that sounds. What radio you on? Connex CX33. Ooh-wee. I like that sound when you're bumping it down. And rack gear. Whatever you got going on is coming in strong. That includes your breath too, that protein. Yeah, both of y'all got some bass this morning.
Well, I haven't changed my settings in 7 months, so I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I guess I haven't talked to you since I hooked this radio up, so it might be this radio.
Yep, you got used to that tram.
Yeah. I had to work it for a while. I got back on this little radio.
You're not as loud as you normally are.
Oh, so that tram got audio, huh?
I think so.
Yeah, plus I'm bare-feeted.
I'm barely hearing 61.
Yeah, I don't have my little driver on.
Hell, I'm a barefoot monkey myself. Got that bare feet and I smell like an ape. Come on.
Sound like you got a problem going on.
Yeah, I probably got something going on. Ain't no telling what. But wave a hand to you.
10-4, I'm waving red bags. No man, I'm back quiet. Yeah, I know your voice anywhere.
That's strictly an AM radio, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah, don't have no sideband or nothing on it.
Yeah, you need to bring that thing over here. It's off frequency.
Off frequency? This is a brand new radio. How do you get off frequency?
They sold it to you that way?
Splashed mud in it?
Say so.
It's about a KC off.
Well, I guess it's gonna have to stay like that.
Alright, I fixed it.
Yeah, I just put the little drive on the low side. Might have stepped it up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm hearing you a lot better over here. Go faster.
I was a KC off.
Yeah, got a little bit of yo-yo, a little bit of swing.
Hear what I said, 61?
Yeah, I heard you say you fixed it.
Yeah, it was me, not you.
Yeah, who's senile now?
Exactly.
Cat bumped the mouse and put it almost a KC off, and I didn't notice it because it still said 185, and I look over there and, oh, 185, 900.
Party most of the time.
99.9% yes.
No, that's just the other mud duck's viewpoint.
Waiting on your stepbrother to come over here today.
Why you gotta put that on me?
Because he was your stepbrother before.
Oh man, no, that's your step cousin.
That's sad when you don't know. Well, we shaking the family tree now.
Did you ever make any progress?
I got frustrated with it.
That's a no.
Hey, 61, that means you're related to 13, because your stepbrother's his son.
Boy, that's a big mess.
Damn, I knew there was some family tree shaking there somewhere.
Oh yeah, we got a great family tree.
Kind of remind me of that Tom Jones song, Not Unusual. But this is very unusual.
I've heard of stranger things.
Yeah, what he said.
And stranger things were to be true, but still made me scratch my head.
I'm the albino of the family.
That don't make no difference. You still crazy.
Well, in that case, we all are. We bought a radio and kept it longer than 5 minutes.
Yeah, if you don't figure nothing out here in the next week or so, I just come get it. I'll find something to do with it.
I know you're right. I'm gonna have a light switch stick his finger in there.
Well, you gonna make sure it's plugged up.
The only way to do it. I just gotta check voltages and see what the hell's going on. Make sure we're even getting voltage to it.
Yeah, I'll just consult with some folks and see if I can get some more information.
Well, you gotta remember there's a power lead that comes off that filament transformer and goes to that relay. So if that part of the filament is not working, it's not going to work, obviously.
Yeah, that's what lights up the tubes in order for the B plus to get to the tubes, right?
Yep. Well, we know filament is lighting up. You've seen that.
Yeah. I saw that part.
Now we just got to figure out why there's no power going to the relay. Or the relay got stuck and burnt up. That's a good reason as well.
Yeah, 'cause like I say, when I come back in the room, it looked like a fire was going on. There's smoke coming out of everything.
And it's highly possible. I'll have to put voltage to that relay and see if it'll click.
Yeah, 'cause it could have damaged it. Well, if it was smoking, it definitely burnt some kind of relay out. Yeah, that's what from when I was talking, they say I was blowing smoke. They wasn't lying.
Yeah, he burned up the filament transformer. He let the smoke out.
But I got a lot of use out of that filament transformer because I had it since, what was that, 13?
Yeah, somewhere in that time frame. But yeah, he's supposed to come over and get the RF deck and all these cabinets out of here today.
He was supposed to do that a week ago.
He didn't make it, and then he was going to try yesterday, and it was wasn't really raining. I had a real good mist going on. I said, you don't want to get that stuff wet, so he's going to come today.
Hey, 1378, and you remember I asked you how should I take that other tower loose, and you said get that little jack I got and put a board in there and jack it up.
Yep. Use bottle jack with 2 pieces of wood and just separate it that way.
Yeah, that's what you said. Give me 2 pieces of like 2x4 or something like that, put one at the bottom and the top, the jack in the middle, and jack it up.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because the person I sold it to is ready to get it, so I got to take it apart.
There you go. See, some fun festivities for today for you.
Oh, I got to cut grass and do a lot of stuff today. Now that I done ran errands and all that stuff, so. And we get ready to go out there in a little bit. I had to cool off first.
No, you're right. Yeah, I still got to do that too. I'm waiting for the sun to pop out and burn off some of this dew on this grass. I mean, I mowed it last weekend. You can't even tell it.
Me too. Yeah, I'm waiting for it to, I hate cutting the wet grass, so I'm waiting for the sun to do his thing.
Boy, isn't that interesting? That's kind of a noisy sidebander right there. I'll be back. I gotta go help Wendy offload the car.
Hey, Heartbreaker.
Yeah.
I need one of them power supplies. You know what I'm talking about?
Like 13s?
Yes, sir.
Alright, I'll get with you.
Yeah, that little sucker there, that's nice. Plus I could use it, like my mobile box, I can use it for a drive and get one of them.
They work pretty good. That one he's got is 220 only.
Oh, okay.
Them dang switchers that are 110, 220 have gotten ridiculous priced.
And everything done got ridiculous price. I was in Walmart just a little while ago, and I'm looking at stuff, man. I'm like, oh, gone.
Does that mean we're done tuning now? I guess not. Heartbreaker.
Yeah.
Are you on that other box?
Yeah. I still ain't built a driver for it, but
Well, swinging forward. Looks good.
yeah, I'm keying, I don't know, 600-700.
Keying about almost 10, swinging to about 15.
He actually sounds like a CB now.
Well, you know, 61 never knows how I sound because normally I'm keying on him.
Yeah, don't nobody else know how you sound either because you kid on me.
I think he just set himself up.
You should know I'll have a comeback most of the time.
Well, actually, the comeback's kind of lame. I'm talking about you next time you're keyed up. Don't be surprised if he doesn't key over the top of you.
No, I wouldn't do that.
I know you wouldn't do that.
He can go ahead and key on the top of me. I know he's on the flat side or the vertical side or whatever. But that's only going to last for a while.
Dang, you made him go to the high side there. He's staring you to key on him now.
You mean he has
What did he say?
He said, go back to the bench.
I think he's going to need to get a bigger high side.
Either that or a taller antenna.
run through the car wash to get rid of some of that mud.
61, you letting that mud bring you down?
You know I keep receipts. I got a real good memory.
Yeah, pretty good memory for an old fart.
Yeah, you just covered 1378 up it. I'm closer to him.
That's because I'm mud ducking.
Doing what you do best.
That's right. No skip, no sense in turning it on.
What'd you say?
He didn't say nothing.
No sense on turning it on.
Hey, 1378, pick your lips up. Heartbreaker, just cut them off.
That's all right, I'll survive.
Alright, I gotta get out of here. I'll catch y'all later.
Okie dokie. Catch you later.
See ya. swing blessed day, what's left of it? 1378 out here in Oklahoma City.
bigger. Damn it, dead out here.
Yeah, sound like a wore out truck driver.
Where you at, big time?
Heading north off of 240 on 35.
Oh, no wonder you sound like you're close on top of me. I'm here at 44th and 35 going east or west.
Up and down?
Huh?
Going up and down?
Yeah, with my missus I am, going down the street here.
Oh, you buying lunch today?
Hell no.
Well, you old tightwad.
Hell, I can't even buy myself a biscuit right now.
Can we drive by and pour you a biscuit?
Yeah, I'll stand here with the catcher's mitt, come on. Yeah, I'm sitting at the stoplight waiting to go west. You can take her up at the store to get some okra.
That sounds good.
Yeah, it's going to go in some gumbo. She done said I had enough break. I need to get my decrepit ass back to the kitchen.
She finally broke out the bullwhip, did she?
Yeah, I was supposed to take it easy for a while, but she said you had it easy long enough. I'm just fucking her. She's over looking at me like, I'm bound to knock the fuck out of you. Wednesday, she'll whoop that ass, I'm telling you. Oh, she has her ways. Thinking about we had a bunch of chicken thighs meat we bought. I was like, well, we got some andouille sausage, I got some of that beef pork sausage, and had chicken, and now let's make some goddamn gumbo. Hell yeah! Well, we can buy the room here. If you don't know how to make that roux, it just won't taste right. But you can get it along and order the roux. Got an ass down Allenville, a little town, they sell boneless chicken, man. It says broccoli and cheese, crawfish and rice, shrimp and rice and cheese. All you gotta do is put it over and bake it. What you talking about over 61? Boneless chicken. You have cheese and rice, shrimp, crawfish. If you're in Louisiana, come on. Yeah, I'm gonna throw shrimp in. I ain't got no crawfish, but I got shrimp. Some of my family members came out of Louisiana. Hey, Roger. That's how I learned how to do it. Oh, there you go. I taught my sister-in-law how to make a gumbo. Hell yeah. Yeah, the whole thing of that gumbo is in the roux. You gotta get that roux just right. Yeah, I bought her back 3 cans of roux just because she didn't know how to make it. So I bought it when I was in Louisiana. I gave her 3 cans of roux. She been burning the hell out of that gumbo. Come on. Hell yeah. Yeah, I just learned this. You make that shit like gravy. Just make you some old red gravy and call it it. When you put it out in there, oh yeah. And that's your route. Yeah, you might dark route, yeah, light route, dark route, or something like that, yeah. I said about that route, just make it like some old thick gravy, real thick shit. Then you drop it down in there, it'll make that old gumbo thicken up. Yeah, a little bit of grease, a lot of flour, and make that flour. Hell yeah. So it turns it like into a paste. Oh yeah, yeah, I know how that's made. And when it hits that hot gumbo, it's still gonna cook and thicken up. Throw you about 2 tablespoons of cornstarch off in it. That was definitely thickening it up, come on. Uh-huh. Well, I got these people in this damn parking lot in the store all looking funny. I tell you what, people nowadays, I guarantee you, the younger generation, they fucking starving because they don't know how to cook, they don't know how to do nothing, come on. Yeah, I'm up there in a parking lot with a bunch of Hispanics running around, and I'm sitting out in that old tan truck, the same one you remembered, with that antenna on the back talking on this radio, and boy, I'm getting some bad eyeballs. Oh, I probably think you're the popo, like they do me, because they don't think, are you the popo? He's probably thinking I'm immigration or something. Exactly, that's what they think I am. My missus laughs about that shit all the time, how she's Latina, and she laughs about that shit. Oh, I bet. She said, well, they ought to mind the thieves and kids mind their own business and do right, they won't have to worry about it. Exactly, that's what I feel. Yeah, it's funny, I get on Facebook and there's people that just blue-eyed white motherfuckers that be bitching about Trump. Oh, he's this, he's racist, he's that, and this. And I'm like, and now we're following Democrats. I'm like, don't you realize the Democratic Party is what wanted to keep the slavery of the black and the Irish folks both? And they had to fight for that freedom of it. The Republican Party ended it. Yeah, but see, they forget shit like that, you know what I'm saying? They forget shit like that. Yeah. And it's stupid, man, is that they're that uneducated, they don't realize nothing. Democratic lawmakers formed the Ku Klux Klan. Shit, back in the day when the Klan was running hard, the black man and the white man that backed up the Republican Party and the anti-slavery movement was in danger just as equal. Yeah, people don't know shit, though. 61 are dumb. Oh, 244, hell, I thought I was talking to 61. No, 244. No doubt. Anyway, my missus is up at the door. I better go get her. Since you go out to 244, they're all out here. Catch me later. We're back out. I didn't remember the truck. Anyway, we're back out 127.
radio check. And hello over there, Rocky. What are you up to today?
I just walked by the room here, and nobody was talking, so I figured I'd audio see if I could wake anybody up.
I heard that I did. Yeah, I was just over here trying to put some ferrite core on some stuff to see if I can get rid of the noise. Yeah, it's not working.
Noise on the transmit or the receive?
Receive. I'm getting it from power supply.
Uh-oh. Is that a switching power supply?
Of course.
I've heard of people having trouble with that, but I'm on one right now, and I don't hear nothing.
Well, this is the first one I've had problems with, but not to say that there's a problem, but these fluxes, they're kind of temperamental on that kind of stuff.
Well, I see if you put some kind of capacitor type deal in the line there.
Well, that's going to be my next attempt. I was trying to avoid that, but I put ferrite core on the output side going to the amp, and, you know, created the choke there, and then I went inside and put it on power cord coming in off the wall, which is 220, and output side going to the switchers. We'll see. I think I got some of the noise out of there, but it's not completely gone yet.
Oh, you'll figure it out. I got one power supply over here will show up on my freak counter. I got one, got an antenna on a freak counter. RF will start showing up on my freak counter.
There you go. Well, this was you could watch it dance across the 27185. It starts about 2 channels down, comes up, goes over 2 channels, and it comes back to 18, and then it stops. But I noticed, I don't think it's doing it right now. It's hit and miss, so I don't know.
Well, you'll get it figured out. I got faith in you.
Yep. So if I turn the amp off, it's still there. If I kill the power supply, it disappears. So right now it's just creating a white noise is what it's creating instead of doing the other thing. I know you're right. Yeah, that would drive me nuts. I had to chase one down on the old 1000, and it ended up being Skippy had put some LEDs in his room, and whenever he would turn them to red, that's when it would make the noise. Any other color, it wouldn't.
That's kind of weird, isn't it?
Yep. So I always knew when I think he did it to mess with me, but he switched to red, and I'd walk in there.
He wanted to get your attention. He just put it on red.
Exactly. Yeah, it ran for about, I don't know, maybe total an hour yesterday. I mean, it's running down south if you want to talk to the Bahamas and everything else. But as far as this skip here, mad. That time of year.
Yes, sir, I can remember. I can't remember what time of year it was that I talked to. I guess I started talking to him about 9 o'clock in the afternoon. I talked to him till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Like he was right next to me. That's all in Colorado.
I know, it's weird how that stuff works. I mean, Hawaii came in here a little while ago. But that's the only skip I've heard besides the professor down there in Puerto Rico talking.
We were talking about Puerto Rico the other day. I was out in the car, and I just seen it. I pulled up the car in front of me, had a Puerto Rico tag on it.
Now that is odd. Must be military.
I don't know. I was trying to figure out how he got that car over here. He didn't drive it. Good, but man, that'd be a long drive.
It would. I have to agree with you. No, that's why I say it's probably military, because some people take their cars there when they're there for 4 years or more.
Yeah, I can't blame them. Can't blame them. All right, 1378. I'm going to have to go back and finish my nap.
Hi, Rocky. Well, you have a good afternoon. I'm just waiting for a phone call so I can get this stuff out of my, off my floor and out of my radio room. I might be able to find my floor.
Roger that. All right, catch you later. By the way, you're sounding good down here. Catch me later. O-M-E au revoir at Utah.
Hi, Rocky. You take care over there and have a good afternoon. You know who. I'll see you.
That's a good looking feed there, driver.
was a bunch of pent up methane gas. What's going on, Buffalo?
A whole lot. Wasn't there? Hey, come back here to see what was going on.
No, you're right. I'm just over here piddling around. I'm afraid if I start mowing the grass, my phone's gonna ring and I'm gonna miss it. So I'm in limbo right now.
Man, you already mowed?
Well, I need to.
Oh, yeah, it'd be a good time to do it, I guess.
Pop in here for about 3 minutes, that's about it.
Cut all my hair off, cut my beard off. Mr. Clean.
Yeah, I lowered my ears yesterday too. But I can't cut the beard off. I have to leave the goatee. Demon's cat is upset.
Is that your cat? That's mine. She's talking on the radio. Talk back there.
It's pretty sad when I knew it was you.
Yeah, what's going on?
Oh, just sitting over here twiddling my thumb. How about you?
Nothing going on over here, just turning on my little radio, getting it all fired up, Roger.
10-4.
SDR looks good. Audio, swing looks good. Yep, I'm ready to go.
Well, that's a good thing, I guess.
Yeah, just check your swars every day.
Nah. I just make sure nothing's changed on the meters, because that's the first telltale sign that something went wrong.
Yeah, I just got into practice to them. Somebody, a long time ago taught me to do that, and I've done it ever since. Now it's just ingrained in me that before you, start talking and all that other crap, check your SWRs, check your swing, make sure everything's right.
Well, it's not a bad practice, that's for sure. So, yeah, usually if I key up and I notice something's a little off, I'll check it. But for me, I just look at the radio. It's got a built-in SWR meter.
never trusted an in-radio SWR meter on a CB. I don't know. I just never trusted them.
Oh, this one, it's dead on. Of course, it's a software-defined radio, but yeah, it checks with everything else. So, and if there was something wrong on this end, the radio will go into shutdown. So I found out I get this big ugly thing in the left-hand corner. It says SWR is too high. I didn't even know that was there.
Man, cat's all happy now. She ain't cussing me out.
No, you're right. Mine are in hiding. Or puppy watching, so unless they got shut up in here, they're not in here. Otherwise, they'd be laying on the equipment.
Well, of course.
Mine loved it when I was running all that tube gear. Man, you go in the radio room and I'd have 4 cats passed out.
On the amp, getting warm from the tubes.
No, I used to run the old boat anchors, the Johnson Giants and Rangers, and that was my transmitters, and then they would lay on those when it was, when I'd have that stuff on.
Oh yeah, those are nice and warm. They get nice and warm. The cats like those, like that warmth.
Heck yeah. I mean, that chassis was nice and toasty.
Yeah, when you weren't looking, they were probably talking on your radio.
I know you're right. Well, I taught Carl, or he taught himself. He would hit the foot pedal and start talking. And then we went over to Cece's house, which he lived up in the high desert, so he was about 100 miles away. And Skippy walked right into the radio room and keyed the foot pedal and started talking. He was probably 3 years old.
Damn. Yeah, I had a friend a long time ago. Had a bunch of cats. He had a turn plus 3 desk microphone. And these cats would step on that, push the talk on the turn 3 and sit there and meow and meow, meow.
No, that's funny. Yep, no, see, the way CC ran his was a D104, so somehow Skippy figured that out. He keyed the radio, but see, the foot pedal for CC is a big old 4CW 10,000, and that's what Skippy keyed up.
Damn it. Yeah, this guy, he had one of those early on MFJ big meter they had, and when they be out, they could see that needle moving across there, and they'd always sit there staring at it, like you're watching tennis, back and forth, back and forth. It was pretty hilarious.
Now that would be cool to watch. Now you're going to make me find some MP3 cats. The AI is already struck. They took the Enid tornado and all the AI cats that you see at the front door of this house. Well, now they put the AI cat in front of the tornado, and the tornado gets closer and it picks the cat up and throws it into the tornado. But I'm sure you've seen those AIs where They get pissed off at the neighbor, and the cat rolls out a tank.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
Yeah, that cat.
Yeah, some of them are pretty funny.
I like the mechanic cat myself.
Yeah, that's not far off though. I've seen real mechanic cats. I had a friend had a mechanic shop, probably owned one, and he had cats in there to help all the time.
Heck yeah. Well, these, of course, what they were changing the battery in the car. So the orange tabby's undoing the lead, and the other one's helping, holding the wrench. Well, he makes the wrench arc out. The orange tabby looks at it and just starts tearing him up.
Damn right. Yeah, our friend's place is for bad enough where he had customers returning his cats. They get in the cars and people come get their car after it was fixed, and there'd be a cat in there they didn't know about, and they found out after they got the cat home, they had to bring the cats back to the shop.
Yep, now the 3 shop cats we got, I gotta make sure when people pull in to get their supplies, these dummies don't crawl in the back of the truck or in the cab.
Yeah, sometimes some cats are too smart for their own good.
Yes, sir. Well, that's the way Blackie is. Blackie is, I don't know what he is. He's like a black Turkish Angora.
Damn, I've never seen a black one.
Me neither. I mean, we had a white one, but I've never seen a black one. I mean, it's a mutt cat, but yeah, he's pretty cool. Everybody wants him.
Yeah, what's the temperature like out there? Is it warm?
It is 80 degrees outside right now.
I guess that's warm enough.
super smoking.
They run out 2 lanes, bunch of paper. We won't see him that much longer anyway. We're good right now.
You're take it right now. Come on, car, right? Car. Hey, yup.
Yeah, we're good on it. Kind of blocked off or whatever. Zip it up.
This shit all weekend long with this buzzing noise.
That car, oh shit. So I got it right now.
Audio.
Yeah, come on.
Hello, Audio.
Yeah, go ahead, audio.
Checking for radio. Make sure it's working.
It's working over here. Where you at over there?
Over here on South Meridian.
No doubt about it. Well, I'm over here by 29th and Western, so you're getting out over here.
Damn it. Pretty good ways then.
Well, I got my handheld signal finder built. Just waiting on the silicone to dry. Then go check it out.
You'll find all them gates, right?
What?
What? I said it's gonna find all them gay guys, right?
It's to find them damn noise in the airwaves around here.
Oh, I thought it was one of them gay finders.
That's noise finder.
Well, you point that sumbitch, don't point at sumbitch in the northeast side of town because it'll blow up. I made it funny. 135, and peace, love, and happiness. Aloha.
Yo, break up. That is Skip Land, 666 Oklahoma, waving.
Hey, 666 Oklahoma, 177, say aloha.
Heard that about it, 177 out there on the Big Island, no doubt. Sounded good around Oklahoma City, 666 waving.
Man, we got rough on the tail end, but man, look like Mother Nature dipping and dabbing. You have a good day, man. 666, 177, Big Island, Hawaii. Said have a good day.
Ain't no doubt about it. I flipped over here on the flat side. I hear you either or. You sounding good out here. 666 around the black gold, and I'm reading the mail. I know you're right, come on.
Hey, who that called 177, man? I think you said 134 or something, man. But I got 030, man, chit-chat with his neighbor, man. It's kind of rough there. Hey, we're going to wait the fire and get out the middle of the road there. Old Russ Bucket in the Pacific reading the mail. Okay, Johnny Rancher, I appreciate the contact too, man. Blessings to you and the family. You have a great day, my brother. Aloha. Hey, Johnny Rancher, where you coming out from, my friend? Hey, what be the QTH there? Come on. Hey, right on, Roger, my friend. Well, sounding good, man. Good sounding station you got there, my brother. Have a good day, man. 70 trees again, man. Oh, 177. Out here on the Big Island, Hawaii. Wish you a good day. Aloha. A 378 Southern Cal. You're last on the key, man. It was a train wreck. Hey, 378, 177. Right back to you. Ooh, yeah, I tell you what, 919, you mixed it up with them, though. Hey, 919, heard your radio, 177 waving. Aloha. Hey, you take care around Tennessee, man. Hey, we heard you in the mag too, man, but it's rough there. Hey, 177, wish you a good day. 177 back on his way. Aloha. 440. You take care, man. Appreciate the wave. All here around the Valley of the Kings. Kingdom of Hawaii. Wish you a good day. Aloha. Hey, 405, put your name in the Hall of Fame. 405, you don't need to try no more. 405, I got you in there. 177 said, have a good day. Hey, 405, Central Oklahoma. Alright, you hit it up a notch, man. And you take care, 405, 177. Say good day, good day. $351 or $359. I didn't get the last number, but hey, 35, come on back there, let's go. I tell you what, guys, you guys gotta go over to 030's house, man. He got that dumb plugging mom on my radio. Hey, you guys know have a good day. I'm gonna get my hands capped. Out here in the Valley of the Kings, Kingdom of Hawaii. 0177. So we're rocking on. Have a good day. Hey, 359, 359, I got it that time around. 359 Tennessee. Aloha, have a good day. Raging Cajun. That one brother got a hammer down, man. Hey, old Russ Bucket in the Valley waving. Have a good day. Aloha. Hello, Snowman. You came over, took over my radio, because we talked to the radio. Hello, Snowman. Russ Bucket said, come on. Hey, check on that, Snowman. I take mine black, man. Hey, Snowman, I take my cup of coffee black. Hey, Snowman, have a good day. Hey, Russ Bucket back on his way. Click, click. Doggy, you watch out for that Southern Illinois. He rose up a little bit there. And look at that Mother Nature just swinging all over the place. Hey, you guys all have a good day, man. I'm going to get back out of here. Aloha. Aloha, Snowman. I'll see you. .007 Alabama. Put your name in the Hall of Fame. 007 Alabama. 177. Say good day, good day. 77 waving, we gone. Aloha, Mean Machine, we're going now. $135, got a hole. Come on, let's go. Ooh, hey, Johnny Rancher. Hey, you rose up and you went down. I don't know, man. Old Mother Nature just swinging around. Hey, Johnny Rancher. 135, Johnny Rancher. Old Rush Bucket in the Valley of the Kings is quiet. You have a good day now.
make it down here by the other step deck. Good train, good driver. Never my fault.
Oh, we got the compressor up, or the professor out there, I see. Well, I guess everybody stepped away from the radio while I'm back. Nake, your radio's a mess over there. Got some saw blades going on. Let me see if there's a difference in this audio. If I turn that off and I turn that off, see what it does. Alright, with those both off, I'm going to slowly turn it back on. There's one. And here's the other. See what that sounds like in your buzzing audio. Working good. Getting out radio check. Is that you, Rocky? Nope, that wasn't Rocky.
out there today.
There he is, outsider.
Waving a hand out to all those sandbaggers.
Yo, break off.
Yeah, pretty quiet out there.
Well, it ain't quiet over here.
Are you still getting all that static?
Yeah, but shit ain't. I don't know if you ever been on my live stream, but that shit's been on all motherfucking weekend.
I was on there a little while last night, just for a couple minutes, but yeah, I happened to notice it kind of, I don't know, kind of looks like a saw blade a little bit.
Yeah, it goes back and forth. And, yeah. If I point out west or north, it's gone, but here, you guys over here, I got to turn over into it. Hell, I made me a loop antenna. I'd wait on my coax. Came in today, so I put it all together. I just went out and tried it.
Oh, is that right?
shit's weird though. That noise usually only stayed on for maybe 12 hours. Most time it was at night. This shit's been on since Friday. It went off and come back on in a couple hours. It ain't went off since then. This is bullshit.
Yeah, you're jacked up over there.
Hell yeah. Got the buzzing noise and all them peaks and shit. Yeah, it's messed up.
Yep, I was trying to listen to my audio over there, and I'm like, holy crap. From the audio between the two.
Kind of funny, when I look at that and scroll through there, writing this band is like the highest. I don't know, maybe it's because that antenna's tuned to here, but this is like the highest point.
I know you're right. I need to get a radio check from you.
Hell, let me turn around there. It should disappear. My humming noise. Hell yeah. You gotta love that.
That's the same thing. I hope it's not that noticeable. Way out there in the boondocks, that's me. I don't think I'm pointed at you.
Yeah, come on. Now I'm pointed over. All that shit's gone.
Well, at least the antenna's working. I put a couple compressors in line. See if I could clean up the audio a little bit. So right now they're on. Now I'm going to turn them off. That's back the way it was before I put the compressors in line. Can you tell the difference?
Not really.
Something has to use it so static. You and Snake need to get together. Dang it. Alright, well, there you go. I'm running the same junk I always run. So it didn't make a difference at all, Snake. I'm just probably should take them back off.
I didn't really notice it. It sounded the same to me.
Alright, well, I'll do it again while I'm talking. Right now it's on, there's one off, and then I'll turn the other one off right there. Did that make any difference?
No, I didn't hear nothing.
Alright, I'll take them back out of line then. No sense having them.
Yeah, I couldn't never know where either. I didn't hear anything.
Damn it. These motherfuckers at Walmart, they went and opened up a bag of chips, put a $20 bill in it, and then sealed it back shut with one of them hand sealers deals. Went up to the counter, they rang them up, they grabbed the bag, opened up, gave them the $20 they put in there, and they're like, what the fuck?
10-4. Well, I took them out of line and put it back the way it was, so there you go. I didn't know if it would clear up my audio any more than what it already was, so it was worth a try.
You gotta turn them on.
Do what, Snake?
So maybe you gotta turn them on.
They were on. I just didn't add much to it because I didn't want to distort. Nothing gained, nothing lost. Took about a few seconds to throw them in line, so. And there we go. I'll put it back together the way it was. Wendy was trying to say something. I don't even know what she said. I gotta go figure it out. Be right back.
May.
South of here. South of here. So from Mustang to Junior City and all that shit, and down is in Tornado Watch.
Bubby. Hang on to it, big truck.
I got a big truck and I'm wearing my hoodies.
Oh, you got one of them strap-on, what do they call it, stampers?
Nope, I'm in my hoodies.
Oh yeah, baby.
At least that ain't like old Dr. Feelgood. I got my nightgown on, I got my Sunday night panties on, and ready for bed.
He's got the panties on. Don't you mean thongs? You wearing them thongs, huh?
No, sir. No, sir.
Got them old pants on.
There you go. I got my nightgown on, got my pants on, I'm ready for bed.
I thought you was going to tell me you had that string jammed up your butt crack.
I don't get busy like that.
Are your defense leopard printed, spotted?
No, sir.
Yeah, they are. Lord of mercy. Got that old cedar brand on them babies. I got on my Paw Patrol huggies. Hell yeah, that'll work right there.
This way you get your tail in gear, let's go.
My son told me I needed to get some, so I went and got them some and them need some. Paw Patrol, be there on the double. Hell yeah. Another driver and I just blew the doors off, so they got my little pony bridges. Oh, yeah.
Your mind, Amazon, what lane you gonna drive in?
That's the problem. You thinking Amazon got a brain in their head. They ain't got a brain, I can promise you. He's probably got diaper on his head, flip flops on, and put it up on the dashboard. Yeah. All in a warhead behind it. tires clear for a second.
Radio Exterior.
Estamos escuchando Ligini de Geray Cortés, uno de los temas del álbum que acaba de publicar.
Con esta música despedimos hoy lo mejor de la semana y también me despido yo, que termino mi etapa en Radio Exterior de España, pero el programa no se podría quedar en mejores manos.
In the early 2000s, our editor, Peterson, wrote it.
Through our minds.
Picture Day swim team, did we mention diapers, birthday parties, meal prep, lost permissions with dentist appointments, and...
We're counting down the hottest hits in the nation on American Top 40. I'm Casey Kasem. Number 20.
Enjoy Casey Kasem and the original episodes of American Top 40.
Come on. La migra. The migra. Chupacabra. Come on. Sorry. What's 20 on the fat ass Millie? I need 3 or 4 cheeseburgers in there. You mean long titties? As much as I want, 7 days a week and don't gas pounds. Dude, I can fucking check it out 10 every day, so you know you can eat 3 or 4 times a day and shit. I don't know it, but I'll be back. Got that tape on him. You give me ice cream and cake, I ate the fuck out of this, but you can get steak and milk Yeah, I still put that fucking phone.
Snake, did you get your stuff figured out?
Chuck, you keep me in, let your stuff figured out. See, I knew you wasn't out there 3 months, did it?
I don't know if it's going to hit us, but it's coming this way. And that one that's just coming in the state down there, it's got a tornado. It's got a big old hook on it. Yeah, they got video of it. Wichita Falls, Texas. Come on. Down there in Cotton County. Damn it. They got an updraft just north of Oklahoma City. Oh, it's up there by Perry, Ponca City. But it's gone now, thank God. I wish mine was gone. We had a tornado going down there by Wichita Falls.
Rattlesnake, that you? They say rattlesnake, they say tornadoes coming up here?
Yeah, it's down there by the state line over by the Wichita Municipal Airport shit over.
I got you, shit. I'll be alright then. I gotta kick a couple of Newcastle, and then haul one to Shawnee. I'll be at the house.
Yeah. Now we got one over by Marlow, going up toward Rush Springs.
Right now?
Yeah.
Man, a pretty big one, or is this a little tornado? Dr. R did it. Dr. R done that shit. He created them tornadoes, I know.
I guess they're claiming that one, Lawton and Duncan, coming up this way. It's a hailstorm, dropping big old hail.
Damn. Yeah, I'll be right there at the Blue Castle. I'll be there about 30 minutes. I gotta come back and get another one down there. Damn it.
least we ain't got to listen to that drunk out there ramping and raving. Wave my hand down there, Buffy. Good to hear you in there, bud. Sounding good. Sunday night in the big town. No drunks tonight. No drunks allowed. The bar is closed.
Radio Tech. Cuba. Rarra.
the hat falls on so that it stays on. It's not bad. Good evening over there, Mr. Wizard. How you doing today? need no stinking storm shelter. No doubt about it. That's because you're such a nice guy. Well, you're loud over here, Buffy. Where you at? Southwest Medical. What the hell are you doing over there? My sister had open heart surgery. They put a stent in. She'll be okay. I got 3 stents in my leg. Damn it. You taking any blood thinner or anything like that? Yeah, they got her on something. They're concerned about her some 300 mark with her blood cells or something, I don't know. She's in good spirits and she'll be alright. I'll be back in the morning. So you're 5 finger toe? Are you supposed to cut the door, not your foot? That how it happened? No, it looked like, what they call it here, shit kind of flag, dry rot or something like that, when it goes through. Oh, okay. So that's a medical condition that had happened. And then they wanted to remove your toes? Damn it, that sucks. Damn it. What'd you do with your Jeep a long time ago? Is that what you're driving now? You
You can drive it though, right? Oh, damn, that sucks, dude. I hope you're getting a big fat check every month. Oh, that's low mileage for that 2013. That's low mileage. You must have got a good deal on it. Did you steal it? No mileage, man. This is 2013. Mileage brand new. Nobody drove it but me. Well, okay, I got it now. You bought it in 2013, brand new, and now it's got 60,000 miles on it. How'd you do that? Yeah, you got a neighbor up there of yours. I think he's got a beam, that's all I know. I can't never remember his handle. I think he's your neighbor. Yeah, that's it. He never can tell who I am. Yeah, I remember Hornet. I did some business with him. Some D104s. Yeah, he's supposed to trade in D104s to me. I don't know what happened. I heard he moved out in the country or something and mobile home. Actually, who knows? But that guy, it's hard to tell. But Scorpio, was he back in the day? Yeah, he's got a tower and a beam. Yeah, I remember when we put my beam up, my tower. You were in on that. Putting it up and I ain't taking it down. Oh yeah, all the beams were up there trying to get. Damn it. Alright, that guy never did put that tower up. He just bought it cheap. I sold it cheap and he hauled it off the Mustang, and that's the last I ever heard of him. I don't know who it was. Is he still on there? Oh, damn it. Yeah, I never could remember his name. But yeah, I remember that. Did he ever put it up, or do you know? That one of mine, I liked it. It was really made out of some steel. It's a lot of tower, but you know who I got that off of, that tower? Snow White. Remember her? No, I got it off of Snow White. Well, I don't know nothing about Mosquito, but I paid her $100. My sister lived out in Spencer. Well, I don't remember any of that. I remember JoJo. Yeah, JoJo had right. Oh, shit. Man, that's... Talk about a family with bad luck. I hear you when I'm at home over by the lake. You still buying radios and equipment through Copper or anybody?
Hadn't bought nothing in a long time. I bought some of these Echo Roger beat boards from Brazil or somewhere.
Yeah, that's pretty easy to put in any radio.
Plug and play.
Plug and play? Oh, cool.
Yeah, you just unplug it. Couple one bridge, plug it into that board. Hook up your positive negative.
Is that almost any radio or just only the one to do the plug and play? My Roger beat quit working in my radio. I don't know. Rattlesnake went all the way through it and he couldn't find it. Who's Mr. Wizard? No. I bet you I can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Hell, you just about blew me out of the truck.
My bad.
That guy's loud.
That's what she says. What's going on, Buffalo? Celebrate Cinco de Mayo early.
Yeah, come on.
Tornadoes everywhere.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I was watching that one down there in Wichita. Wichita Falls, Texas. It was.
Damn.
It's still in Texas. I still got a hook on it.
Got a hook on it.
It's coming down the street. Better crawl into your bed.
Damn, was it you? I specked up Mike. Do what? Sound like Gary keyed up with a specked up Mike. That was me. That was you?
Yeah. It's over Independence, Kansas. It's on the ground.
Some Wizard of Oz shit.
Oh. Sycamore. It's east of Elk City.
Just watching it. Man, y'all seen some of these mobile shed homes? You're gonna buy a mobile shed home? No, I just seen some, man. That shit's hilarious. They're probably fucking $90,000. Well, 10, 12 by 20 or something like that. Mini homes. Yeah, you can build a fucking damn near 2,000 square foot home for that. Well, I can.
Hell, I thought I was here in Elk City here, but it's up there in Kansas.
You locate your noise?
No, I got all that shit built, but I ain't went out and drove around yet.
Damn it.
Hell yeah, loop. Got the loop antenna.
I made one of them.
I made it out of that triple shielded shit I got from Cowboy. That's yellow, 12 gauge solid center. Motor got foam, first like the center core, and then the foam, and then foil, and then a braided shield, then foil, then a braided shield, then the outer housing.
Like Tom's cable.
It's like 213 size.
Is that what the small stuff is, 213?
No, 213 is like the big shit.
42?
13 is what you want. Just regular guys or whatever. The other stuff, what he's talking about, like double shielded stuff.
Some of that shit they put in them airplanes or something.
Which 213's like 95% shield.
Military. Probably got an EMS number, right?
It's got some name on it. I looked it up before. It's aviation crap or something they use.
Yeah, it's just military spec.
I know you can make a 3-foot jumper and stretch it out straight and hold it up. It won't fall over.
Yeah, the same shit I gave you that time. It's not that size though.
I know when I was using that, I had it on my ground plane, and I made me some 3- and 6-foot jumpers and shit. You had to pre-bend that shit, because if you didn't, it'd throw your radio off of this.
Yeah, all that shit's solid center core, but other shit you can get stranded.
Is that what you got over there, Mr. Whisker? What kind of coax you got? Damn it. Yeah, I got some that's probably 30, 40 years old. It don't go bad, really.
Damn it.
Well, we need to get about 100 foot of that 213 and start over. Alien spray? Get that alien spray now, you just spray it on, it seals it, won't crack, won't break.
Hell yeah, it's on the ground.
I used to have one of them own little walkie-talkie things. It wasn't the one you buy in the store. It had a lot of channels in it. I used to listen to them storm chasers on it. Yeah.
roll me a damn joint. Yeah, it's all encrypted shit now. They want you to hear all the corrupt shit they're doing.
Yeah, and the bad guys were listening in and doing their deal. I think that my phone I had them frequencies. I had a couple of them walkie-talkie deals. We used them at work.
Hell no. Permanent marker.
This motherfucker got 8 hangers on his back.
Oh hell, does he got the little bitty wheel in the front?
No. It's one of them old fucking grandparent bikes. Damn it. Can you hear that noise on any different channel better?
Shit, it goes from 25 points, well, most 26 point something to 32 point something.
Probably be able to hear it better on one, shouldn't I?
You get close to it, you should.
I can't hear it.
I mean, it's not like right here around me, because if it was, I wouldn't be able to turn my beam, wouldn't be able to get rid of it.
Actually, I might be starting to hear it. Kind of like a popping, electrical popping real fast.
Shake my beard, shake my head. My wife told me to cut your hair. She said, hell.
That June bug over there popping popcorn on his transistors.
Damn it.
Damn, he took his standing down. I'll be back, I'm gonna run down to 1.
What?
Run down channel 1.
Yeah, come on.
We used to play songs when, back in the day, had a guy go out, we'd have to key up for so many minutes, then be quiet for so many minutes. We'd go try to
Rabbit. south side over here. You can't do that now. You get the cops swarming you.
Shit, you know, they can't do half of the crap we used to be able to do without somebody panicking and calling the cops and having them all answer your shit.
Yeah, I remember back in the day, riding around with JC, we was playing that. It would be over off of Western or Walker and one of them alleys over there.
Right. Damn it.
Yeah, you couldn't use no amplifier or nothing.
Hell, shit, some of them goddamn streets over West and Walker, between there and Western, back South 59, man, they go in fucking circles. Just back the same way between, I think, Penn and May, or no, between Western and Penn, back south. Over, off of 240.
I know, yeah. Yeah, I think we stayed in between pretty much, I think, May. I don't remember exactly how far south we went, but we had like a section. You couldn't go north of the river, or, hell, I don't remember. There might have been a Walker to May to something. It was like right in here.
Right. Well, I guess that was goddamn left the east side out. It was fun back in them days. There's some places around this motherfucker.
I'm sure they changed it every now and then, but yeah, when we was playing, it was right around the south side here.
Yep. I remember the old hide and seek days. They'd be talking and you got to try to locate where they were at. Well, they'd be parked behind between dumpsters and buildings. You never know. Looks like that little storm that shot off from down south toward us and got down there, I'd say about Lexington or Cell area between there and Chickasha, just fucking fell apart.
Yeah, that one disappeared. It's falling apart. That other one, it keeps trying to generate a tornado down there. Last time I looked at it, it was still down in Texas.
Yeah, it's running right along the Red River Valley down there. I've been watching it for the last 2 hours. Yeah, it must have stayed on. It ain't went very far. It just west Wichita Falls a couple hours ago. Yeah, them slow-moving motherfuckers, it's the ones that get after it. What's that? Well, the reason is because they stay in one spot a little longer and do their damage. Yeah, we had one do that shit over here in 2015. It moved down and started dropping tornadoes out over about High Street or what have you. Hell, they was blowing some signs around. Hell, we was coming up 35 out of Moore. Heard a tornado on the ground, blowing cars off the road at 44th and I-35. I'm like, fuck, man. Me and my mister looked at each other like, shit. Because I'm just right east of that location down in that valley. What's that? Ringing in my ear and his echo. I didn't quite catch what he said.
Yeah, I can't hear him. That noise taking him out.
sat over here and shit probably fucking 15 minutes. It came in over here and just sat. Dumped about 4 foot of water. It flooded out that creek down there in the bottom. The main road coming into this neighborhood had 4 foot of water standing on it. Hell, it was going over the nose of my truck getting back here to the house, and I lived kind of toward the back of the neighborhood. It was a mess that night. Got back to the house. Luckily, it was still here. But the house behind me got blown apart, and it floated into mine in the neighbor's house across the street. Look, here's Snowman out there. Yeah, well, I'm glad that thing was really huge in a way, because they'll turn into land hurricanes. It won't produce one great big funnel. It'll start shitting off fucking satellite tornadoes, and that's what it was doing. Because if it had been one big massive funnel, they would have fucking just wiped this hood out. They will. They'll get that fucking hole will get so fucking big and spread out that it won't form a fucking vortex. It'll drop fingers out of it and make fucking satellite tornadoes. I remember it happening one time up there by Mohawk, Oklahoma, just north of Guthrie. And it had a big land hurricane like that's what I call them. They just get too big to produce one big funnel. Well, shoot, I gotta go buy something good for her. She gotta work tonight. the fuck up. You hear it, get over. I'm moving in. Uh-oh. What's the bird?